Hello farmers, and welcome back to Pichonniere Valley on Farming Simulator 25. Hopefully everyone had a nice weekend, and it's, yep, that means it's Monday. It's Monday once again, but we are now in the month of March, and that's a good thing for us here in the Northern Hemisphere. That means spring is not too far around the corner. But speaking of spring, not too far around the corner being in March, we are as well in Pichonniere Valley. At the end of the last stream, we were in February. I just went ahead and got ourselves to March because, well, there was nothing else to do in February. So I just fast forward to March, and here we are. First job of today is we're going to spray for weeds in our, I'm going to call it our new field. But this field up here, as you can see with our precision farming score, didn't really get it fully fertilized in the first harvest. What crop was in this field? I kind of forgot what crop was in this field, but we can check on later on. But yeah, I haven't sprayed for weeds at all yet in this field, so I want to get that up there. Get our environmental score up just a little bit more before we go and sell some cheese. Right now we got a 13% bonus. Hopefully I can get up to a 14% bonus. But yeah, the cheese price is still pretty decent here in March. And I want to sell that because if I go to my stock market page, as you can see, our cheese price right now is $19.11 out of $19.62. So I'm going to get almost 41,000 compared to almost 42,000. Not selling it to here. This is the train station. We're going to go up to DeFoot again, and that's where we're going to sell it. But first things first, let's spray for the weeds with our See and Spot weed sprayer. Got to grab the John Deere 3650. And let's see, I'm just going to drop off the weight right here. All right. Hello, Bob. Hello, Kells. Frankie, welcome as well. John, Mo, welcome. Crop is in the first growth stage, so we shouldn't get any crop destruction. See, I'm kind of hoping today may actually be the day that we buy the oil mill. Need 300 grand. Right now we're at 240,000. Of course, selling the cheese will get us up there, and then next month we will be cutting grass for silage, and we'll be selling silage bales, which I usually get about 40,000 from that. So it's looking promising that we can get the oil mill today. I would like to have, by the end of the year, have the mayonnaise production up and going everywhere. So start making some mayo and start making some money from that production building. Probably going to have to move our dairy production, so I'll probably have to sell that and rebuild another one. But that won't be too bad. Take it easy over the bridge. This does make it a little bit top heavy. Or back heavy. So you're saying top heavy in the snow runner. Forgot how wide this thing is. Is that going to be it? Or what? No, it's going to unfold one more time. So if we look at our growth page here, if I go down to here, I can see this field here, it's got a decent amount of weeds into it, and it's not really spotty like our other fields have been. Actually, I have not done this field. This field here only gets weeds right here for some reason. We do have to plant our oats in March over in this field here, so that's why that field looks kind of like the way it is. So we'll get to it eventually. But let's go ahead and spray and kill these weeds in this field, which will not take us too long at all. Hello, Branding. Hope you had a nice weekend. So I'm going to go around this field as best as I can. Try to get all the weeds in this field. We planted this field in last stream, which was February when I planted it. As for contracts, while we're doing all this work today, nothing out there for us to really get to. I need the Fent for drilling the oats. So the only tractor I would be able to use is a Mercedes, but there are no cultivating or plowing contracts, I don't think, at all. And right now I'm just trying to do ones that are worth doing. But being March, I think everyone's getting into planting. And the sale page, nothing exciting there, but I'm kind of hoping in one way nothing comes up for sale that I want, because I would rather get the oil mill today. Get some canola in there, start making some oil, and that way then I just got to save up 100 grand for the mayonnaise production. Now it's a matter of, do I want to put the mayonnaise production where the dairy production is, or do I want to put it over where the oil mill is? I can buy a piece of property over there, which I haven't looked at yet to see what's actually over there. But maybe if we get the oil mill today, we'll have a look and see what's kind of going on over there. I was thinking earlier, the one thing I have not looked for at all on this map, and I've been told they're here, are collectibles. Now, I don't want to grab collectibles because I think that would, that could possibly ruin what we're trying to do here. But I think someone said when I started here that the collectibles are black sheep, little black sheep models. I have yet to see one, so I don't know what they look like. Maybe I could go by to, as like we did on Shamburgo, where I can only grab the collectible if it's on property that we own. So I don't have many weeds on this side of the field. But we do got a few. I don't know why the weeds on this map, or maybe it's something to do with the equipment that I'm using. I just don't get that many weeds. So working with this, I think one more pass may do it. Then we'll go sell that that cheese before the price drops anymore. We gotta head up to Defoot. It's probably not the way they pronounce it in France, but that's how I'm pronouncing it here. Let's see how we're doing on the weeds here. I think there's some more on the right-hand side. Actually, I don't know how I missed those or how I missed those. Let's see if I can grab them all. One more little patch over here somewhere. Actually, it's over here. Did this finally get it all? There we go. Alright, there's one weed over here, but I think that's good enough. It's good enough. While I wait for this to fold on up. Let me just check on the scoring page now. So now that field was like a 70-something. Now it's a 90. And we're up to 97% score. I think if I got up to 98, that'd be a 15% bonus, which is the max what you can get. Drop this off, go grab the weight, and load up that cheese. So, as for the amount of sheds I have in the farmyard, I think we're all set on sheds for a while. I'll just say that. I don't know if I'll ever need to buy another shed, but we may redesign the farmyard in the future. The different sheds, who knows? But the number of sheds that we got are going to be plenty for us moving forward. So it looks like we got enough hay bales, silage bales, straw bales to last us the year. Alright, so now we need to grab you. Unfold the trailer. Alright, do I want to try to grab 8 of these? I don't know if they're heavier than eggs, but on eggs I can grab 6 pallets. Ooh, that was probably not the best way to do it, but we got them. Not all 8, but we got the ones that we got. Probably should have stick to 2. Oh, they're dancing everywhere. They're not liking whatever's going on there. All right, don't grab 4 anymore. Or sorry, don't grab. Start to grab 8. God, I forgot I was grabbing the back row. So yeah, I was trying to grab 8 pallets of cheese. Let's just stick to the 4. Also, I should probably just zoom in a little bit more so I get a better view. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope you had a good weekend. And welcome Jay as well. Hope I can grab those. Oh, don't fall off that way. Hope I can grab those 2 pallets I pushed earlier up against the building. That other pallet is going to... Nope. Is it going to stay on there? I kind of want to lean it back to have it slide on more, but then the one closer towards me may fall off. Kind of like that. Now that one's going to fall off. Well, it didn't fall off the trailer. How's it? Nope. I have my foot on the wrong pedal. Push the other one off, it's not that big of a deal. I already got one I got to rescue over there anyways. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and strap the ones I got in. That one's upright, and, well, that one's upright. Go. I'll turn that engine off. Restrap that. Hopefully these will fold up. They are jiggling. Oh boy, unstrap, strap quick. All right, I think we're good to go. All right, up to the foot, and hopefully get... how much am I supposed to get for this? About 42,000. That's before our bonus. So it might be somewhere around 48,000. Give or take. Let's throw the beacons on. Just use auto load. That goes against the whole point of the series. I will say, Brandon, you're going to be a hard person to please. Run a small farm, you say. When I'm on a big farm, you say run a small farm. Then I go to FS Farmer the other day. He's running a big farm, and then you say you should run a big farm. Use auto load. Don't use auto load. It didn't take me that long to load the cheese. It'd be like 5 minutes at most. get up the hill with us trying to load. The only concern I have about in the future is loading up these trailers, getting too much on them, and I won't be able to get up these hills. Found FS Farmer's setup too complicated. It's one of those things, when you don't know how to do something, it seems complicated. And then once you learn how to do it, it's fairly easy. I mean, I'm pretty sure you experienced that a few times in your life where you think something's really complicated, then you learn how to do it, then you see how easy it is for you. It can be scary seeing all those setups and all that. Am I going to the right place now? I'm starting to wonder if I'm going up the right road. Crud. No, I think I needed to go over there. I need to turn around. So now today the game volume is too loud. SnowRunner was too low. Now this is too loud. I'll put it back where it was last week then, probably. Alright, hopefully the game audio is a little bit lower. Yeah, I need to turn it around. I came up the wrong here. Everything's latched in, so it shouldn't sell. Better not sell here. Don't know what the price is. And yeah, Branding's right. When you're running, if you're playing solo on a mega farm, you need to do, or just play slower. But yeah, you need to use like course play quite a bit. Auto drive. I don't mind the auto drive mode. Course play can do the same thing as auto drive does. This does it a little bit differently. But yeah, you're going to have workers going around everywhere. Now that I'm coming in this way, I'm all... Alright, so I got to turn to the right. Hopefully the trailer doesn't tip over. And then turn down this road here. Go through this farmer's field here, up the steep hill. I'm kind of curious of what Black Sheep Modding, when they made this sell point and put that clearance bar in, what they were, I mean, they probably laughed a little bit when they did so. Why is there always one thing of cheese that doesn't want to sell? Of course, I'm so focused on getting the cheese sold, I did not see what we earned, but we are up to 293,000, and it's 300,000 what we need to buy. The oil production. Now my straps won't even... Oh, come on, piece of cheese. There it goes. 296. Do tractors really pull trailers like this in real life? Yes. I mean, they pull tractors like this. Do you mean uh, sorry, the trailer. I mean, the way I'm going up steep hills, probably not. Yeah, these trailers are used quite a bit on farms. That's why it's in the game. Cheese wants to stand alone. All right. I'll give you that one. Well, we should be able to afford in today's stream the oil mill. I mean, I'm $4,000 short of being able to buy it. And who knows, I might sell some more cheese by the end of the month or maybe next month. Right, that little tree right there. Can't figure if I want to keep it or get rid of it. For now, I'm going to make a mess of the yard. I'm going to leave that there. Alright, we need to go plant some oats. Might as well top off with seed and fertilizer, because if I seed I'm not worried about. Fertilizer, I think I'd be fine on too. Well, let's go ahead and just top this off. So with the crop rotation, this field does call for oats. Let me just double check to make sure I am putting the right crop in. Yes, 125% on the crop rotation yield. So that is good. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to be fine on fertilizer because I forgot we put manure down in the fields and oats don't require that much fertilizer. So I may not use hardly any in planting the crop. This corner of this field is always going to get me. It's getting a little foggy in the middle of the day here. Actually, I can see how much I got for that cheese. And if I go to this page here and go to stats, no, finances. I said 48,000. Looks like we got 47,840. Does FS Farmer have a YouTube channel? Uh, well, Bob, when you're watching him live stream, that's his YouTube channel. Not, or I'm not understanding the question. If you've been to his live streams, that's his YouTube channel. I was going to look to see, because now it's midday, to see if any contracts have come up that'd be worthwhile, but this is pretty much the last job I need to do in March, and I don't want to be doing a contract to fill up the day. Contracts, at this point, are something when I start a month, and I'm going to have a lot of work to do in my fields, where I can send a worker off to go do it. Hello, David. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Not used to having fog appear midday. At least not in Farm Sim 25 anyways. So just a friendly reminder, yesterday, if you were checking out the channel, we did have an episode of American Truck Simulator go out. Yesterday was also, I think it was Transport Fever 2. And earlier today, of course, we had Shamburgo. Tomorrow, you're going to have an episode of City Skylines 2 going out. So those are some of the recorded episodes I got posted in the last few days. First time watching live stream, been working through the ATS Hard Economy playlist. Yeah, there's, I think yesterday was actually the 333rd episode that went out. Mixed in with some live streams in there. Yeah, you probably have, if you were to watch the whole ATS series from start to finish, you probably have somewhere around 350, 360 hours of gameplay to go through. So with the oats, we'll get some straw. I think I planted rye. What else did I plant? I forgot what I planted now. What do we plant here? So this is oats. What did I plant here? Was that spring barley? Alright, so I planted spring barley as well. So I'm going to have That is rye, is it not? Or spelt? Oh, that's spelt. I don't know if I get straw from spelt. So I have a lot of straw this year, it looks like. On episode 95, I use this account while at work. I just put you on in the background. Episode 95, I would assume I had maybe a handful of drivers at that point. Early days of that series, yeah, it was kind of, I don't want to say it was slow going, because that's the whole point of the hard economy. But yeah, if you haven't seen any of the new episodes now, I don't want to say how many drivers we're up to. Yes, John, I went ahead and looked at some SnowRunner mods. I didn't get a chance to try them out because I was so busy this weekend playing Transport Fever 2, City Skylines 2, recording ATS, recording Shamburgo, playing a little bit more Beer Manufacturer Simulator because I'm hoping I can stream that tomorrow, which I'll talk about in just a second. But yeah, I did go and I think the two mods I was looking for, which was a no camera collision mod and also the Tuz. There were a lot of Tuzes on that list, but at least the Tuz that can do haul scout trailers and also to be able to put like chains on tires. I know I think that was one of them you talked about. I don't know if it's the exact same mod, but it is one of them. Yes, Bob. I know how many drivers I currently got in ATS, but I didn't want to spoil it for David because he's only on episode 96. And I was saying back on episode 96, I probably had a handful of them. I'll have to log into SnowRunner at some point just to see if the mods are there. I don't know if they are or not, or if they work. I do see like a lot of truck mods on there. I'm looking at the trucks thinking, those trucks look mighty beefy and like they would get through the mud real easy. But yeah, as for tomorrow, because I know everyone's not going to be here for the entire stream today, probably. I usually do stream on Tuesday, but tomorrow I have a meeting that would be like an hour and a half into when my stream would usually start. So I thought about streaming before the meeting, but if I get to a certain point in the game where it gets really interesting, then I got to just bolt out to get the meeting done. That would suck. So I'm going to try to stream after the meeting tomorrow. So this tomorrow's stream may start roughly about 2.5 hours, 3 hours after it normally does. And how long will I stream at that point? Oh wait, I just realized something else. Well, crud. All right. My mind just reminded me something else I got to do tomorrow. Um, all right. How about I don't stream at all tomorrow? Make it easier for everyone, and I stream on Wednesday, which is usually my day off from streaming, anyways. And I think I'll stream Beer Manufacturer Simulator on Wednesday because that game comes out. Actually, the game will be out that day. No, the day after. Been using GDC Logistics hard economy mod, something like 150 hours with one driver. That definitely sounds like it's so you're only being able to use one driver so far because the money is coming in that slow, which is fine. I'm just trying to get a rough idea of compared to realistic economy mod. Boy, it's been a while since I looked at the stats for realistic economy mod and ATS, but I think we get 10% of what the base game would be, maybe a little bit less than that. All right, our oat field is, well, it's almost planted. So that logistics hardware economy, logistics hardcore economy mod sounds like it would be rather interesting. Although I think it would be too slow for content creation because people would want to see some advancement over time. So I barely used any fertilizer. I had plenty in the drill when I was getting ready to go over. But it sounds like it's going to go to waste. All right, so about midday, we'll check the sale page, although I don't want to buy anything because we got almost enough money to buy the oil mill. So nothing there. Contracts. Again, I shouldn't be looking. There's a fertilizing contract, but again, fertilizing contracts are good enough to do at the beginning of a series, but at this point, no. Sowing contract, spraying. Spraying would be good if it was a bigger field. And we don't have stone picking. Animals, are they okay? 1.7 months of food left. 2.5 months of food left, so they are good. Let's get to the end of... Am I done? Hang on a second. I should be... Yeah, I should be done. I mean, when we plant, we fertilize, so this is our spelt. Yeah, spelt. We did the weed control. We just planted our oats in the grass fields. Are the grass fields fertilized? Yes, they are. So they're good to go. I should make sure that the bigger grass field is, just to be sure. Because I don't remember what I was doing when I left off. But yeah, that's fertilized as well. All right, so we're okay. So let's fast forward to the end of the day. Of course, it would hail. Sale page, no. We got everything that we need. Yes, sleep until 8 in April. You do about 4 loads a day from San Fran to Oakland and bring with that mod and make about 1K to 1,500. Alright, so a little bit of morning rain. Sale page. Yep, nothing there that we are looking for. So I do want to cut the grass. How much weeds do we end up with in the old field that we just planted? Let's just see here. Scroll in and go to here. We got a little bit. Not really necessary to jump over there and do it. How's our score in that field? It's a 97. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to fast forward until the rain is gone. How long is the rain going to be around for? There we go. All right, technically it has stopped raining. Not that it matters with grass cutting. Contracts, bale wrapping, deadwood, fertilizing for 20,000. That's, yeah. We'll skip that. All right, so nothing that we need to be doing here. We will mow the grass with a Mercedes. And we'll put these into a swath and, of course, bale and wrap. Alright, is it going to show me what mode I'm in? Why with the Mercedes can't I see what mode this is in unless I detach and look real quick? It says mower. Man, I don't know why with the Mercedes I can't. Why it's doing that? All right, just trying to mix up what tractors I use, but be that way. I want this in swath mode. Look at that. It tells me on the fence. So it's a brush hog, swath mower. There we go. So we're just going to make some silage bales so I can sell them next month. And then other than that, I really don't have anything to do in the month of April other than if I want to spray for weeds in the oat field, then I may do so. Just make sure that the animals are all topped off with some food. Put the tractor in the highlighted mode and not the mower. Well, I'm just trying to figure out why it would do it, because I'm probably missing something that's obvious, but why would it do it on the Mercedes and not like the Fendt when I hitch up to it? So again, we want to buy the oil production for making oil, obviously, but also in that production we can do mustard, There might be something else I can do in there. I kind of forgot. But we really want the oil so we can make some mayonnaise. So to make mayonnaise, we need the production building first. But we also need eggs and oil. That's why we got chickens. And I don't know if this mayonnaise production is going to be too much. I never really tested out to see how fast it makes it or how much it makes or whatever. But again, as I said before, we are in France, so we'll do some mayo. And maybe further down the line, we'll do some wine. As things can get weird. Farming Simulator doesn't have any problems at all, or weird stuff happening, so... Am I going to make the corner? Just barely. I mean, look how well this game is. It's showing that there is no rain in the forecast. It shows that it's sunny, but yet it is raining. We did get a lot of hail damage in the grass field here. Ah, there we go. The rain has stopped. So maybe the last cut of the year, we'll have to see what we got left for bales for the moo cows and see what we need to keep. They may need some straw for bedding. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Monday. Almost forgot what day it was again. After you install your truck mod in Soren, you must go to the truck store to buy it. They're not free. Well, yeah, I pretty much assumed that. It's just like Farm Sim. You just don't install a mod and get it on your farm. Gotta go buy the thing. I may just start with a Tuz, because I got two Tuzes, and I probably will sell the Tuz that's on the garage map, and that should almost fund the modded Tuz. But the Tuz is the only technical vehicle. Yeah, the Tuz, the camera collision mod, and something to do with logging trailers. I don't know if the mod said that it does the base game trailers over so they can accept any type of logs or what, but I'll figure that out later on in the week when I do get to SnowRunner. So yeah, so right now, I think my schedule got rechanged after I just thought a little while ago. So no stream tomorrow. Wednesday, I will be streaming, but that'll be Beer Manufacturer Simulator. And then I'll figure out the rest of my schedule after that. But you will have a recorded episode of Cities Skylines for tomorrow. And you'll have an episode of Shamburgo Wednesday before the stream. Grass fields will probably need to be refertilized at this point. And I could do it with slurry or I could do it with manure. I am thinking on this series here, there is a possibility that we could end up buying the BGA here, which is rather expensive. But since I'm kind of running a small farm where I don't need a whole lot of big equipment, at some point, once we get the productions going, the money's going to be coming in quite big, and I can see where maybe the BGA would be something interesting to do. Because I really haven't done a large BGA at all. And with the cows producing manure and slurry, and I'm probably going to have more than I can handle, owning the BGA may not be a bad thing. Because that will produce digestate, which will do the same thing as slurry and manure. I mean, the only other things I kind of want for the farm, but it's nothing that's urgent because we got stuff that could do it. The Kubota tractor, which would match this fence right here. Upgrading the seed drill from a 4-meter wide to a 6-meter wide, and maybe a telehandler. Oh yeah, I know there's small BGAs on Mod Hub. I probably even got a couple of them active for this series. But as I'm saying, I'm gonna probably at some point have more money than I know what to spend on here. So unless I change the rules, I'm not going to keep buying more and more fields and bigger fields, because my equipment, it would just take forever to do so. So I might as well throw my money out the window and buy a large BGA, which I'll never get my money back on, but yeah, I'm not going to be buying the biggest fields on this map, because the biggest drill I'm going to be able to have is a 6-meter wide, and that would just take forever to drill a field. And if I go, I did say the combine rule might change, because that's a 250 horsepower limit, but I would kind of like to stick to as much as I can, because the whole thing about this is to run a small farm. So yeah, at some point I'm not going to be able to, there's only so much stuff I can buy for the farm. before I'm just going to start stockpiling money. It's kind of like the same thing. I want to buy the dairy production on the map, not just because it has extra productions for the map, but I do want to buy the one that is on the map, which costs like $350,000, rather than have the one that we currently have, which is just a temporary one. And that small dairy production I put down as temporary, that's helped us out a lot. Got 17 hours on this tractor now. Actually, I am wondering if there is a, which I'm sure there is, maybe a bigger drill I can get, a direct drill that requires the same amount of horsepower, but if I get one that doesn't do fertilizer, that, I think direct drills just in general are going to require a lot of horsepower. That's why I'm kind of stuck at a 6 meter wide when I only have 200 horsepower tractors. Your missus is not doing that well today, John. Sorry to hear about that. Hopefully, next couple days will be a bit better for her. Tells you using costs $150,000. Well, I got that much money in SnowRunner, and if I sell, I already got 2 Tuzzes. I don't need 3, so I'll just sell one of them. And that should just about fund or pay for the modded one. Well, that hay should get converted over to grass. Oh, that's right. We switched over to black wrap. Oops, turn on automatic drop. Yeah, a lot of people, from what I hear, have been getting sick the past few months with colds, and I don't know if it's a new strain of COVID or whatever it is, but hopefully, like I said, next couple of days, she starts to get better. So, yeah, when I sell these silage bales, we'll have enough for the oil mill. The male production costs 100 grand. So it's not that expensive considering it's a production building. So that's what I'm saying. We should be able to afford it this year. So before I sell the eggs in November, hopefully we will have it. There's a little swath of grass there. I want to make sure I got that. That may have actually been hay. Luckily it didn't convert it over to hay. Well, if it did, not that big of a deal because, well, cows would eat it. Probably should have checked to see if there are any mowing contracts out there. Although I don't think we actually see them until May. Yeah, there are no mowing contracts currently. By the way, those wondering and were around for the beer manufacturer stream on Friday. I did play yesterday and got myself up to almost level 10. I just need to like to do one more contract there. We'll be at level 10. So when I stream it on Wednesday, we'll be able to unlock and trial a whole bunch of stuff and making some lovely, lovely beer. Hello, Carlton. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. And for Monday, I am doing rather well. The sun is out. Temperatures will be getting better where I'm at earlier or later in the week, I should say. Still hovering about 10 degrees below freezing where I'm at. But the sun is out, so that's a plus. So before we know it here, it'll actually be, I mean, technically we're harvesting now, right? But it will be harvest time for the crops. They don't have that much work to do around the farm other than take care of the grass fields. Let me just see here. Well, actually, this field here, it still has like, I think this field here may actually have enough nitrogen in it for another cut. The lime is looking a little bit low. This map is, I would say right now in FS25 for the maps I have seen and played on, this map is the best detailed, but that's just my opinion. But yeah, I'm loving it quite a bit. Shamburgo, another map I'm also playing on the recorded series. That map is done over well. But I think Shamburgo is a remake from 22 or 19, possibly. This map might even be a remake. I don't remember. But yeah, very well detailed, and you got a lot of other. There's a lot of other type of crops you can plant to keep it interesting. I don't think I'll get to all the crops that are on this map in this Let's Play, but even though I'm approaching almost 100 hours on the map, we're almost ready to get the ball really rolling financially. I mean, we're doing well, considering how we started. There's Sam. Sam does tend to stick to us a lot more than he used to in the early days of FS25. Hello, gamer. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. Making some burnt marshmallows. And we'll sell these silage bales that we're making next month We got plenty in storage. So yeah, we are using a modded baler. We're making 124 size bales, which in turn equal 14,000 liters of grass bales. So each bale you see here is 14,000 liters. Oops, as my hand hits my mouse. Well, I probably should go back over to the dairy production and make sure I get the cow's milk in there. Although I'm pretty sure that cheese price is dropping quite fast now. May not sell it again until September, but again, if I need a couple $1,000s here or there, could always sell some cheese. Finish up this end of the grass field. I mean, I think I will be buying one more field here at least in the future, but as for which one, I'm not sure yet. So the one on the right, is a decent yield, but I think a better one, and it's a little bit bigger field, is actually the one on the opposite side of the cow barn. I think that field yields better than this field here. The baler I'm using, I mean, it's a base game baler, but it's in part of a mod pack. I think it's called the Selectable Bale Capacity Pack from, well, he goes by Farmer G here, but I forgot what he uses as his game name as the modder. But it's actually, even this one here, but it's called the Selectable Bale Capacity Pack. So, I mean, you can make some... The bale size does not change visually, but like this round baler can do up to size 129s, and the 9 stands for 9 times the capacity size of a 120 or 125. I forgot how that works. So I'm making 124 bales, which means this bale is 4 times the capacity as a base game. Maybe that's why the Mercedes don't like the modded trailer. Then he said baler. The Mercedes doesn't have a problem with the baler. Did you mean mower? Yeah, my cattle already got plenty of silage, hay, and straw over in their shed, which I probably need to feed them. So we'll be doing that probably right after this. I can't remember now. It's either the chickens or the cows that will need feed today. These side of the bales are going to be sold. All right, this bale. Come on out. Don't think you're going to get left behind. You stay here with your friends. So this grass field, it doesn't have any fertilizer left in it. So this one does need it next month. How much yield does the field across from your farm, the one with the tram lines in it? That one there, not good at all. Well, I don't want to say not good at all. What does that say? That one says 96%. But the other fields I was looking at before, this one here is one of them, 101%. But when I logged in today, I was looking at some stuff. Field number 24, 110%. And that would cost me $166,000. And this would cost me $164,000. So I definitely would rather get this one. This is the field size 2.25 hectares. And this one here is a little bit more. But it doesn't have as much land, 274. And this is 277. So it's a bigger plot of land. The field size is a little bit smaller, but the yield is 9% better. And that is just on the back side of the cow barn. So that's the one I'm looking at getting in the future. Because I want to plant some mustard and make some mustard jars. I mean, if we're making mayo, we got to make mustard. All right, so is it the cows or the chickens that need to be fed? Yeah, the cows can't make it another month. They can only make it 0.7 months. Excuse me. Good time to have a hiccup. And the chickens are good for 1.6 months. Let me grab my tanker. We'll grab some of the milk. And look at all the cheese we got already since last month. Nice dairy production, but I think it makes too much. I think the ratio from milk to cheese is just a tad bit higher than base game. But at least it gets through the milk. I don't know how the dairy production on the map is going to get through it. Now, which way is that mixer facing? It's also, I was just talking about the baler and how it's in that selectable bale capacity pack. Oh, I actually got some feed in here, so I don't have to make any. This mixer is part of it as well. So even though this may look like a small mixer, I think this mixer at a base can hold 90,000 liters or 80,000 liters, something like that. So it holds a lot of capacity in that small mixer. Alright, cows are fed. So I think yeah, grass bales next month. Fertilize the grass fields. Buy the oil mill. Maybe get the oil or canola oil in there, or canola to make canola oil, but we don't have to activate it right away. So let's get this kind of ready. Check the sale page. Why? Because why not? All right, let's get through the end of the day here. And nothing has changed in the sale page. And yeah, well, we're already through the night, or into the night, so I don't want to work at night. Let's go ahead to the month of May. Let's see here. Nothing there. Nothing that we want. All right, so let's go around and get the bales off the field on the trailer. They're not fermented yet, but we'll get them off the field. That way I can go there and fertilize them. Picked up a standalone mixer that holds 100K, then just put it into a little base game wagon. I kind of forgot what the capacity of this is. I should look at it, that way you can see it as well. Animal feeders, forage mixers. So yeah, this is the one I got. Again, it's from the selectable bale capacity pack mod. It'll be in the pack with the balers. And you can see there's a good choice down here. But this one here alone, you can see I didn't do anything, but this one actually holds 140,000 liters. You can even bump up to 280 or 630,000 liters. So I guess if you're running a big dairy farm or a cow farm, whatever you're running, that would do it for you. And the other mixers probably hold a little bit more because that's the smallest of the mixers. You think the grass bales wrapped in black wrap would ferment a little bit quicker, seeing that they would get hotter than the white ones? Yep, that selectable bale capacity pack is available on console. So yeah, if you got a big farm, that's a nice pack to have. Reduce the amount of bales that you have. So I mean, if I just had the base game baler, I would have 4 times as many bales on this field than I currently do. I don't mind going around picking up bales and such, but after a while, when you get that many bales, it can be a little bit too much sometimes. And this is just, I would call this kind of you know what, this is a good grass field. I don't want to say it's small. But I mean, yeah, if you're on a big farm, you're going to have bigger grass fields that could take you a good amount of bales. And I keep forgetting, like on console, I think you guys still have bale restrictions, meaning you can only have so many bales on a map. Or did they finally get rid of that? So that would help you out as well. $200 bales. I mean, when you say 200 bales, it sounds like a lot until you run a farm and you realize 200 bales is not a lot, especially if you're trying to make TMR. If you're not doing a silo bunker, 200 bales is not a lot. Now let's grab the Mercedes and we'll grab the manure spreader and we'll go spread some joy on our grass fields while we wait for that silage or grass to ferment into silage. Big bag, pallets, and bales all count the same category. Oh, so pallets and bales count the same? Yeah, I would definitely have a problem with that, because I always have a lot of productions going usually, and bales, so... yeah, that would be a problem. So if you're new to my Pichonniere Valley Let's Play, we do have some restrictions. No tractors. I'm not allowed to have any tractors over 200 horsepower. No combines over 250 horsepower. Cannot take out loans. Cannot borrow or lease equipment for the farm or on contracts. That's the rules that we really just got to go by now. We started this series, though, with no money, no land, no equipment. So, yeah, we actually had nothing, and we are on hard economy as well. And everything is turned on. Stones, weeds, lime, precision farming, crop rotation. But I guess, though, if you have the auto storage for the bales, if I remember correctly, hearing that if you put your bales in there, that does not count on your total number of bales. So if you have like an auto storage for bales, you put your bales in there, you could have like 200 bales in there, they don't count. Same thing with pallets. I don't pay attention too much to that stuff because I'm on PC, so to me it doesn't really matter to me. Just doing this in a bird's eye view so I can really see where I've been in a grass field spreading manure. I'm not one to use GPS. If I were on a really, really big farm and had fields, I would probably use GPS. The only times I've used GPS in FS25 so far is when people say, how do you use it? and then I got to go in there and figure it out myself because it's been months since I've used it. I used GPS a lot back in FS17. And then when FS19 came out, I used it a little bit, and then I've gotten away from GPS altogether. No, you don't have a good selection of autoloaders on console because most autoloaders count on scripts. And Microsoft and Sony don't want script mods. I don't know the meaning. I don't know what's the reasoning behind that. But yeah, I know they don't want script mods on console. You can almost smell the goodness in the air from the manure. Someone put a tree there. And let's go top off on the manure, head to the bigger grass field. Again, also on Pichonniere Valley, this is not the starting farm. The starting farm is a little bit north of us. So everything you see here, this used to be where this cobblestone is. This used to be two separate fields. And I put my yard where the fields are, and where the cow barn is. That used to be part of that grass field right there. So we have built everything. We have built our own farm, which I tend to do most of the time anyways. Trying to remember if I can do this field with a full trailer or not. I think I come up short. You have to use GPS on all your farms because your fingers wouldn't be able to hold out as much. It seems like on a small field it'll just be a pain in the butt. I think in about 2 or maybe 3 more months in game, I think we'll have 20 more cows producing milk. I think we had some cows that were pretty close. I think they were like 15 months old. So they're not too far off from producing more milk for us. Sam, get out of the way. You're going to get covered in cow crap. He don't care. He's a farm dog. I think I just threw him out of the back of the manure spreader. Yeah, I don't think one trailer manure does it for this field. Sam is a yellow lab. Sam has been with us since day one in FS25, way back on Riverbend Springs. And that was the name our dog was, so now Sam comes with us everywhere for the live streams. Just like the Franks come along with us everywhere for workers. Yeah, I think it would be just shy on manure finishing up the field. Yeah, I think everyone, at least my yellow lab, turned black as well, but I had to delete the doghouse, put down another doghouse to get Sam back to his the way his original form was. I want to say there is a dog mod, but I can't be for certain on that. I mean, we got a lot of choice. Well, I say we got a lot of choices in base game now compared to, I mean, before we just had a dog, but now we got choices of what dog we have to an extent. Yeah, on console it'd be hard for you to name the dog, but if you're on PC, you can go into the XML file and just change the dog's name. So I mean, if I walk up to Sam's doghouse, it will say Sam. I change his name for every series. I thought about having a second dog on the farm, but I don't want Sam to get jealous. I think somewhere around 11 o'clock in the morning, those bales should be silage at that point. We'll go sell them. Got one little more spot to cover somewhere. There it is. Alright, grass fields have been fertilized. Well, the shed's in a good spot, but that tree is not. But I don't want to get rid of trees around the farm because I like the way the farm is looking. Chickens. Yes, they need to be fed. And like I said, the cows... Okay, these cows, 2 more months, and they'll start producing milk. So let's go grab the grain trailer and feed the chickens. We got many choices for these chickens, so whatever I come across first that has a decent amount, we'll grab. Winter wheat. You can change the name on the doghouse, you can. You can change the dog's name on the doghouse, but the dog name remains the same when you go near the dog. Do you have to do that in build mode? Why would you be able to change the dog's name on the doghouse, but it won't change the name? Now you got me wondering. Construction. Animals. You can change what type of dog you get, but I don't see where there's an option unless you're talking about a mod. And there is no name on the There is no name on the doghouse unless you're talking about a mod or something. Oh yeah, I probably should feed Sam, by the way. Our chicken should be good for almost a half a year. Alright, let's go ahead and speed up the time until about 11 o'clock. Alright, and the grass bales should have fermented. And yes, I got plenty of silage bales now. So wait, you're telling me on console you can have a name on the doghouse, but on PC we can't? Sounds backwards. Usually PCs we can do stuff and consoles can't. Alright, off to the BGA. I do like our starting location here at Pichonniere Valley because it seemed to be pretty central to all the places I sell to. Works out well. Alrighty, so we should get up to about $330,000 in the bank account after selling these. So like I said, 330,000. Bring the baler back, park it on up, and then we're going to grab the Mercedes, fill the Mercedes trailer up with some canola and take that over to the mill, and we're going to purchase ourselves the oil mill. Oh, you have to click on it after to rename it. Make sure I get this right up against these pillars over here so I leave room for the articulated trailer to come on through. Hello, Panther. I hope you had a nice weekend. And we'll park this in front of a cultivator that I don't use anymore. Now you got me wondering here. So you're just renaming the doghouse is all. So instead of naming it doghouse, you already got the caps lock on. Let's not do that. But does it put a name on the doghouse? So I don't understand the purpose of renaming the doghouse as something else because it doesn't show up. It doesn't show up in like your buildings or anything like that. Your whatchamacallits. Your factories. So that makes no sense in some what's even the use of it. I don't know, I just saw a second ago how much canola was in here. I know I have canola in here. I just don't know how much I got in here. But we'll just grab a trailer load. Where was it? Yep, that's more than a trailer load. All right, so are you out of milk? Did I not bring the milk over, or did I forget? I forgot to bring the milk over. All right. Yes, dairy production. That is not dairy production, oil production. That building is, I think it's this one. Yes. So we got to go out, up and around. All right. Changes nothing actually. Well, that's, you know, that's great that Giants put that in there. Very helpful. Yeah, I'll just keep going that when I start new series and get Sam there. I'll just go in the XML file and change the dog's name that way. Because that way his name is Sam. So I want to put the canola in the oil mill after we purchase it, of course. And I'm not going to activate it, though, because I'm going to wait until we have the mayonnaise production. That way, it will be distributed to the mayonnaise production on its own. I won't have to go pick it up. So I gotta find my way into the oil mill. So that's the oil mill up there. I'm looking at the Jeep, so the mini map in the bottom left-hand corner. I don't think that road gets me up to the mill. No, because it's got fields on both sides. Alright, so up this road here. And then down this road here. I've only teleported to the oil mill and never driven to it. I think I just clipped that poor family's fence. Oh, there's a gate there. And no, I'm not going to do the trick of selling the canola oil, sorry, the canola here, then buy the mill. I don't know if that trick still works or not. But we're not doing that. There's a trigger there for selling. There's also a trigger over here for selling, so I don't know which one's which. So 300,000 for the mill. Oh, nope, I guess canola goes here. So I'll show you what this mill can do. It's not just an oil mill. All right, so if we go into here, so we can do canola oil. It does also the grape stuff, so we can do grape juice in a barrel. We can also do mustard and raisins, and then of course all the oil as well. So it does the oil, the raisins, or the oil, the grapes, and also mustard as well. So yeah, when we harvest mustard, it'll make old style mustard. But we're just going to be doing the canola oil. Again, I'm not going to turn it on today because I want to be able to put that on distribute once they get the mayonnaise production on down. That mayonnaise production is going to cost 100 grand. And we are already at 30,000, so that's a good start. Oh yeah, so while I'm over here, actually there's another gate here. That just goes out to the same road that we came down, so yeah, it looks like there's just one way basically in here, but at least we got a turnaround area. Yeah, so I don't think I can fit the mayonnaise production here. It's just too big. If I could do construction, factories. Mayonnaise production. Yeah, that is rather large. I don't think buying this field to put it in would be good either because I got to do a lot of landscaping, but I do got the free landscaping tool. But I think the mayonnaise production is going to be at the farm because it'd be better that way because I got to put eggs in there and that's where the chickens are. Can I waypoint it? If you're talking about like the oil mill, yeah, you can waypoint things on the map, but it's not going to show you on the map what roads it take to get there. So if I come this way, it's to turn after the cemetery. I do have a little bit more canola oil to bring. I keep saying canola oil. I do have more canola in the silo to bring up here, but since I'm not starting it up today, I'm not going to start that up until we have the mayo production. Yeah, not a big deal to get it up here. I don't have any canola planted this year either. So yeah, I think, as I said earlier on in the series, the mayonnaise production is going to go where the dairy production is. I'll have to sell the dairy production and put it down somewhere else. My original plan was to put that temporary dairy production up until I can afford the larger one. But I kind of backed out on that. Went with we're going to go with the oil mayonnaise production first, then buy the big dairy production. Luckily, this dairy production I'm putting down is not that expensive. And when I sell it, I'll get about half of it back for what I paid for it to put down. So it's not that big of a loss. Let me just toss this here, and we're going to grab the barrel and grab the milk. Keep making some cheese. How much do I have in cheese now again? I'm already up to, if I sold it today, I would get $29,000 worth of cheese. So yeah, where am I going to be able to afford the mayo production today in the stream? Not in this in-game month, because we're getting ready to skip through the rest of the month. But we might actually have the mayo production to put down here. When is the best time of year to sell mayonnaise? Because if we get that going pretty soon, it'll be good to know. October. October will be time to sell the mayonnaise. Alright, so the grass fields have been taken care of. The chickens have been fed. The cows were fed not too long ago, so I think we're all set with everything. I will double check the sale page middle of the day. No, nothing there for us. And something disappeared and nothing new else come up, so we're all set. Let's get to June. I don't know if I'll have a crop in June to harvest or not. So we might be just skipping right until July. And July we'll have the grass fields to cut again. Let's go ahead and feed Sam because, you know, it's been a month. Sale page. Well, nothing that we are looking at. So we're all set there. The spelt is not ready. Let's just go here. So the spelt is not ready. The oats are not ready. And I forgot what I planted over here. What did I plant? Spring barley is not ready. Alright, so none of my fields are all set, but I think they're all going to be ready for next month. I mean, the grass fields technically are ready to be cut, but it's the first harvest stage, not the second. Let me just double check on the animals. The cows. Oh, yes, let's go ahead and feed the cows. All right, gamer. Thanks for stopping on in. Appreciate you being here. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. And hopefully we'll catch you again another time. The cows took everything out of there, so we actually got to go make... We got to go make some TMR. Actually, I need a little bit more space than that. I parked it that close before. Bring up that. All right, let's go grab the John Deere. So if I remember, it's 2 silage, 2 hay, 1 straw. I'm not going to get too fancy trying to pick up multiple bales. If I can, but not the way those are stacked. A little aggressive there with the pellets ports. Let's try to grab one of these straw bales in here. I think the way I'm stacking the bales the way they are now, other than those 2 straw bales back there, I think that's the way I'm going to keep stacking them. Just got to put them in there nicely. And also, we will grab a straw bale for their bedding. Maybe even 2. Oh, I did not grab both bales? I think this is the side I should be loading from. And since we're in the John Deere, let's grab... let me check the stats, see what they say for straw. Oh, they're out of straw. Alright, so they can take actually both bales. But I'm only going to be able to really grab one at a time here. Yeah, I think I was supposed to give him a straw bale of straw last month and I forgot. So we missed out on some solid manure. Open. That was 20,000 liters of straw and you can barely see it on the floor. Actually, should be going in here. Hello, Spencer. Welcome. Now those hay bales are kind of pushed back. And now you can see their floor is nice and covered with some bedding. So 84,000 liters of TMR. If I leave that there, they should take from that until it runs out like they did last time, so they should be good. And we'll hitch up to that because July should be busy with harvesting. So yeah, animals are fed. Chickens should be good. We just fed them. Yeah, they're good for another almost 5 months. All right, I don't want to be doing contracts again unless I'm doing work in my own fields and workers can do the contracts. So we're going to skip through about midday. Looks like the same stuff keeps appearing here for some reason. All right, end of the day. Well, that's interesting. The quad track Outlander from the Highland Fishing DLC. I mean, it's interesting, but I don't see any use for this unless you're just having some fun with it. But yeah, we don't need that. All right, let's go ahead and go to bed. Should have something to harvest here in July. I mean, definitely the grass fields will need to be cut. No more. Oh, I kind of forgot about your eggs. Oops. Chickens are laying a lot of eggs. That field's ready. That field, all the fields are ready. All the fields are ready. I'm probably going to start with this one up here, only because that field score is only a 90. That should be almost 100 when I harvest it. This field here is only an 80. And that'll be cut too. But I think we'll start with that one. I think we'll start with that one. How do you get your trailers to auto unload? When I ever unhook mine, they would switch off. As long as you left it active, so like when you feed a feed trough, if you just activate it and unhook from it, it should keep on feeding it. Now, if you log out of your save file, if you log out back to the main menu or out of the game completely and log back in, it's not going to unload on its own. You got to activate it again. So as long as you stay in the save, in the game, it'll keep the feed trough full. But if I were to log out and log back in, that's not going to feed the feed trough on its own. It's on my right-hand side. So I do need to move some eggs before I get to work, or we're going to keep getting the notification that I'm out of space. So before we get to harvesting, I gotta get in the John Deere. Alright, now we got space for eggs to spawn. So I kind of need another 100 grand on top of what we already have in order to put down the mayonnaise production, and I can put down my dairy production again. I'm going to take some more eggs out of here. Obviously, we're cutting the grass again here in July. So next month we'll have another $40,000 worth of silage. That's good enough for now. So how much cheese do I have since we made last night? Well, there's about $44,000 worth of cheese, but that price is continuing to drop. So yeah, I'm getting like 6,000 less than if I waited for the peak time. So, I mean, it's still not, I mean, it's not bad, but I mean, it could be a bit better. Let's jump back into, actually the Mercedes is on here. Let's grab this. Actually, while I'm doing all the harvesting, there's a plowing contract. There's also a mowing contract. Well, the mowing contract is going to be a lot quicker than the plowing contract. Let's go ahead and accept this one. And we will grab the Fent, and we'll get that on a mowing contract. No, Spencer, I don't want to sell the eggs. I need the eggs. I need them for the mayo production. So selling them would not be good. The eggs I don't want to sell. Not anymore. The mayonnaise requires oil and eggs. I mean, I could sell some eggs. I probably don't need all the eggs I have there for the oil production. Or, sorry, the mayonnaise production. So, I mean, I could, but also, it's got to be like the worst time of year to sell eggs. Because the best time to sell eggs is November, so I'm guessing July is probably the worst price. But, if it helps me get down the mayonnaise production, you know, it's something we can look at. Same thing with the cheese. The cheese price is not good. But if I needed just $40,000 more, then I would be like, okay, let's go ahead and sell that. Alright, not too concerned if it's in swath dropping mode or anything like that anymore when it comes to this stuff. It's just like, you know what, get the job done. Alright, so about a half an hour, which probably take me that long to harvest the first field anyways. So right now, barley will keep because I can feed that to the chickens, although I got plenty of food in storage already for the chickens. Also, why I'm doing all this, because I'm guessing that dairy production is probably out of milk. I should fill that up. Yes. John Deere. That way we're making some more cheese, because if I come up short for like 5,000, and for the next 3 or 4 in-game hours I'm not producing cheese, $16,000 liters. That's a lot of cheese it's going to make. Alright, close enough. Swath is dropping for barley. Yep, cheese is definitely a good money maker. I mean, most production buildings are, but there are some tricky productions out there that really don't profit that well, or maybe even lose money. So you definitely got to make sure whatever production building you put down, you just look at it to make sure that the recipe looks good to financially profit you. Like a lot of people said, the Highland Fishing DLC, making fish food, you're better off buying the fish food than making it. There's been a couple of productions in 25 and a couple in 22 that unless you looked at it, you don't realize that you're actually losing money. So you can see this field here is very green on the yield. Part of the field that we're in is 120%. And now with crop rotation on, we should be getting a very good yield. Yeah, this orange color that we're going through, it's actually turning it yellow. But again, that yield monitor can be kind of tricky. Not sure if I trust it 100% sometimes. So try to mix up the harvesting, because all the fields are all the fields are set for harvest in the same month. All the grass fields, all the arable fields. So yeah, I'm kind of hoping by the time I finish up this field that the contract should be done, and we can mow the grass field at least, and then we'll harvest another field with a harvester. Then we'll go back and bale and wrap the grass, and then harvest another field. Don't know if I'll get all the fields done in today's stream, but we'll see what happens. But we do have the oil mill. We own the oil mill. Now it's just a matter of getting the money to put down the mayo production, and then also being able to move the dairy production. Also, we'll have to look at the crop rotation for this field. What is the next crop to go in? Right now, with the oil production now being purchased, mustard and canola I would like to do. There are modded fish food factories out there now. Yeah, I think I had my fill of production fishing the Highland way. I mean, I had a lot of fun fishing here on Pichonniere Valley with a fishing rod, but I don't think I'll be doing the fish production again in 25. If I end up doing it, I'm definitely going to make sure I can do the offshore fishing, make sure I get it close enough to shore to where I don't have to use a boat. Would be nice if this header was just a little bit bigger. I don't think this combine could run the 10-meter wide header. This is either the 6 or the 6.2. think Klaas does make a 10-meter wide header, but that would really be pushing this combine to its limits. Although all my fields are flat. So maybe. What field number is this? 34. I know the crop says barley, but this is spring barley that we planted. All right, this should be spring barley. Yeah, spring barley. So while this is unloading, we're going to go into crop rotation and see what the next crop should be. All right, field 34. Did I put in 94? Oh, it is 94. I said 34, but it is 94. So spring barley. So then this crop here. Let's see here. Well, not carrots, parsnips. Now let's go back the other way. Sorghum. Wait, I don't think I can plant sorghum. Sunflowers would be good, but I don't have a planter. Well, oats. Oats at 125. What's canola? Canola at 120. Where's the mustard? No, let's stick with canola because I need the oil for the eggs and mayonnaise. Mustard, we'll get to that at some point and make that on its own. But yeah, canola for this field next. Oh, there is rain in the forecast. Oh, just saw the rain in the forecast. We'll be looking for it. Not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But since we got a lot to harvest, I'm going to put the time scale at ×1. Just to be sure. So really between, if I can get some more contracts done, obviously we're making more cheese. I sell the cheese, and next month we will have the silage to sell. That should be enough for the mayonnaise production. Then we gotta save up, I think it's $350,000 for the large dairy production on the map. And we'll get this little piece that's out here. I think I got 2 liters from it. So yeah, if I don't sell the cheese this month and wait until next month when I get the silage, the cheese price should start going back up because September, October is a good month to sell it. So if I can wait till August, that cheese price should be a little bit better than it is this month. Actually, I think June is the worst month for cheese. I think maybe once I buy another field, which would be after the large dairy production, we may have to have a talk about combines and the size of the ones that we can use. But when I unload the next trailer here, or the next load of the combine in the trailer, when I look at the shop, I don't think they put on the headers the horsepower requirement for the headers, do they? I think I usually just buy headers because I kind of know what may or may not run on a combine. But usually you can tell by the size of the auger. Yeah, this one looks like to be 4. If I were to get a 10 meter wide, and this is a 6 meter wide, that means it would stick out 2 meters more on either side. I mean, the combine might be able to run it, but when I go to unload, it'll be kind of a pain in the butt. Actually, you know what? Let me come down here, because the auger will be on the correct side. Alrighty. Let's unload here. Combine headers. So that's a 6.2. So I got the 6 meter wide. Next one's a 10 meter? 10.8. Ugh. I mean, that would just be... Yeah, that's going to be way too much for the combine that we have, and anything over that. So we should have this one here, which is a 6 meter wide. Yep. And then everything after that be too much. As for combines here, how much horsepower? That's 258. And that's pretty much what we got now, 8,000 liter capacity. And that's going to require this the 6.2. So that's pretty much what we have now. So the next step up would be... Yeah, the New Holland isn't that much bigger for capacity. Horsepower wise, it's good. What's the combination for that for headers? 7.5, an 8.5. But that's like 120 horsepower over the current requirement that I have. I did use this. These are the same combine, really, just different brands. I did use this one on Riverview, and this one seemed to very much be under horsepower for what it's rated for. And then you just jump up to Alexian, which is 500 horse, which is double the horsepower requirement that I have. Something I just need to think about further on down the line. Oop, thought I put the header down. I did not. Or I double tap the button, which I do quite often. Contract is 64% done. Actually, I can kind of compare the fields to this one here to get a rough idea if that field is bigger or slightly smaller. Yeah, I don't think there's any way this combine could run that 10.8 meter wide header. If it does, it's going to be at a very slow pace. While it's on my mind, I just want to check the field sizes here. So this field, if I just go to here, field size is 2.38. Alright, so this field is actually smaller than this one by a little bit. I think this is the second year in a row that all of my fields were ready in the same month. And also, I mean, if we jump up the combine size, we may also have to look into getting like a semi-truck or something like that for hauling bigger grain carts. But what we may end up doing is use a grain cart chaser in the field to unload into a semi, and then the semi can bring it back to the yard. Because the trailer that we got now is about as big as I can go for the horsepower tractors that we have. So if I go to a big combine, it's going to be basically fill up the trailer and then bring the trailer back. Although we're not going back too far for the farm, so that's not that big of a deal. I think using the combine can be exception to the rule on the horsepower. I'm still, yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way, but for now, since we only got 3 fields, it just seems like a lot when they're all ready in the same month. We separated them a little bit, which I'm not planning too well recently. And also, it would also reduce the amount of swaths that we have, swath rows, to pick up for baling. But yeah, I'm more focused on getting the mayonnaise production up first, which we're not, you know, it looks like we'll have it in August. And then get the big dairy production, and then we'll look at, you know, buying another field, and maybe then upgrading the combine. I do also want to upgrade the direct drill, and also get ourselves a planter. I don't think I found a... I can't remember if I had found a planter for this series or not. So obviously, you know, getting some sunflowers because we can make sunflower oil. I do think the mayonnaise production will take any of the oils. And no, I'm not doing olives. I'm doing olives on Shamburgo. Kind of. We're not doing olive grove. We're doing an olive orchard. But yeah, sunflower oil or canola oil. But that would mean I would need a header for this combine to do sunflowers. I may actually start looking at selling some of this grain. I'm not going to purchase the grain mill, because that's just going down the rabbit hole of buying more and more production buildings. I mean, we're going to have the oil production, the mayonnaise production, and the dairy production. I think that's going to be enough. And maybe further on down the line, the BGA. But I think we got more than enough chicken food. Yeah, I am aware of those direct drills. Can't remember, do they do fertilizer as well? Or is it just seed? But I need a planter, not a drill. I can't remember if I got myself a modded planter for this series or not. We've actually been here long enough now, I can't remember. I'll have a peek in the store under planters and scroll down, see if I added any modded ones for the series. Because actually when the series started, I wasn't thinking about crop rotation, but now with crop rotation here, that's going to matter if we can find something, a crop that goes in there rather well. I got myself a Stara. So, and I got myself this one here. That's 220. I think I was looking at this one for a direct drill. It's only a 3.6 meter wide though, so it kind of hurts a little bit. That one there requires 300 horsepower. 360. This is 220. So this I would have to test to see if the Fent would be able to manage that. That's a 6.5. That does all the crops though. 6 meter wide, but that's not a direct. Oh, that's I was like, wow, that's a direct drill. Which one's planter? Which one's that one? That's the Kenzie. That's a little bit too big. Just stuff to think about further on down the line, because the mayonnaise production, I did not think I was going to get to it in this in-game year, but now that we get more cows making more milk, that just means more cheese, and, well, we can see how that's going for us. And I am just a little bit concerned, again, about the mayonnaise production. I don't know if it's going to be an overpowered production or not. If it gets to be too much, then we can figure it out at that point. Now I remember why I like the Fent on the grain trailer and not the Mercedes. Even though this only has 10 less horsepower than the Fent, it seems like it's a big difference. I mean, I like the looks of the tractor and everything. It just, with the manual shift, it's a little bit annoying. But it's getting the job done. Alright, the contract is done. I remember to go slow over the bridge, because there is a bit of a bump there, and if I go over too fast, it pushes me into the rails. Isn't there a similar seeder to that modded one? I might even have them installed. No, I do not. That's the same one I was looking at before. But the one I want to go for is this one right here for our direct drill. Just trying to see if that was modded for all for all types, and it's not. Let's get rid of, not get rid of, but get rid of that. And we will collect on this contract for 8,000. And I mean, it's not a bad contract, but I kind of need the Fent. I'm going to leave that there for now. Because I want to finish up this harvest. I'll have to have another peek at the mod hub maybe this upcoming weekend. Obviously, all the stuff I'm talking about, new harvester, maybe a different planter, all that kind of stuff, it's nothing that we're going to get to anytime soon. Again, these planters that you're referring to, are they direct drill planters? I mean, I'll check it out this upcoming weekend. I'll have a look at the mod hub again. I mean, that Stara is not a bad one to have, though. Don't know if that's how you pronounce their name. And how wide was that one? 3.6. Oh wait, was that was that a direct? Yeah, it's a direct planter. So hopefully our environmental score in this field has gone up. Because the last harvest I didn't get it fully fertilized. But we bought the field as is. Oh, I think I may have gotten it fully fertilized. I think where it probably hurt us a little bit in the score is because I had tram lines in it. So where the tram lines were, we didn't harvest that area. So that counts as part of the field not being fertilized, I think. That could be why our fertilizing score wasn't that high. Although our lime pH value was good. So I think all the straw that we're getting this year will probably sell that later in the year. We're not going through that much at the cow barn. Again, if we do upgrade the combine, which, you know, further on down the road, I'm not going to go to the extreme of getting like the New Holland CR11 or something like that. We're going to kind of just go like one more step up from this. Something that could take like a 10 or 11 meter wide header. I mean, although this is performing well, if I get a couple more fields, yeah, it's going to start to draw out a little bit. I think I'll get the rest in the combine. A little bit more at the other end of the field. Probably should try to get the swaths together here. We do have a wide pickup on our balers, so if I get it the swaths relatively close, I might pick it up in one go. Alright, that's the barley field harvested. So let's see how our score is looking in the field now. Yeah, it's at 100%. So now if I do my grass field next, which was low on nitrogen apparently, and a little bit low on pH. Actually, I didn't add pH to it, so that score may be bad time I get to it. But we still got a good percentage on sales. Not too worried about it. Just try your best to get the fields in the best condition as possible. But I'm also not going to sweat it either if they're not. Love having that field there because we get to drive through the forest a little bit and drive through some water. It's the little things on maps like that that make it enjoyable to play on. Hello Delia, welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. Appreciate you stopping on in for a little farm sim today. Alright, we'll leave that for the next harvest. Let's get up to the fence. And we'll go mow our grass fields. Yes, I do plan on doing Farmer's Dynasty 2, but only after it comes out. I'm not going to do the play test part of it. Because if I did the play test and the game comes out, let's say in early access in a month or so, more likely I have to start over. And I'll be doing the same thing over again. So I kind of want to keep it as fresh as I can for when it comes out. But from what I saw in the demo a year and a half ago, I mean, I'm still interested, but I'm not as excited as I once was for it, because it looks to be just a layover of Farmer's Dynasty, the original, along with Lumberjack's Dynasty, just kind of put together. I mean, I'm interested in maybe when I play it, when it comes on early access, something will be different. In some ways, it'd be kind of the same thing, like if Giants released a play test for Farm Sim, let's just say Farming Simulator 28. At least with Farm Sim, though, they do have different maps, so you can kind of make it feel different. But I'm not sure how much I would want to do on a play test. I may just try it out for a bit, but like on Farmer's Dynasty, I just want to do the storyline a little bit and get to a certain point and then have to do it again when it comes out. So yeah, I'm just waiting for when it comes out. When they want to remember, once they get the mayonnaise production going, I got to remember to turn on the oil production and then get that distributed to the mayo production. But I'm sure there's content creators out there. If you're looking for the Farmers Dynasty playtest, pretty sure there's videos out there on it. I'm kind of trying to stay away from it, just so, like I said, when it does come out, it's kind of fresh. I'm hoping they changed some things from the demo version when I did it. Was that last summer or the summer before? Now I can't remember. I want to say it was the summer. Was it summer of 24? Well, whatever it was. Yeah, I hope they changed some things, added some things. Of course, about next week at this time, we will be looking at the other Park Ranger game. The first one I was playing hasn't had an update since it came out, because I'm hoping they're redoing a major patch on that one. Park Ranger Simulator is what I'm talking about. I was playing, had about, what, 4 episodes until it hit the fan to where everything started breaking. But there'll be another Park Ranger game coming out, and I have the game, but I can't show any content on it until the 10th. I think it is. And also, like I said, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but on Wednesday I will be streaming Beer Manufacturer Simulator again. That game comes out on Thursday. But we did stream it on Friday, getting myself up to level, I think I got to level 7 or 8, whatever it was. And we unlocked a lot of stuff at level 10, and that's what I'll be showing off on Wednesday. Called Ranger's Path. Yeah, I just didn't want to say the wrong name between the two games. Yeah, Park Ranger Simulator, the one I was playing, hasn't had an update at all, so I'm hoping they're having a major patch to it. Although that game, I think, was getting a lot of negative reviews. So I'm not too sure if the developer is going to, if they're just going to abandon it, or if they actually are going to work hard and get the things fixed. Because sometimes finding problems in code is not as easy as it sounds. And after reading the discussion forum, I'm not the only one with the problem. A lot of people are having the issue I was having. Like, my truck just completely vanished. And I have it's not on the map anywhere that I can see. So running around the map to get all the jobs done, that would suck. The game itself, not the demo version, but the game itself, that's supposed to have an update today. They told us to wait to try it until after the update today, and then they'll update it again when the game gets released on the 10th. So I haven't tried the game at all. I'm waiting for the update to come out today at some point, if it does come out. Hello, Jody. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Monday so far. I can't complain, Jody. The sun's out. Temperatures are going to be warming up by the end of the week, so I'm looking forward to that. And I'm playing a video game, so things are looking good. And just about an hour or so ago, we bought ourselves the oil mill, so we'll get some productions going on the farm here soon enough. The firefighter game, are you talking about the one I was doing the playtest for, or the one I was in the playtest for? That's called Rescue Ops Wildfire, and that's just in a playtest. I don't think there's a release date for that yet. I kind of want to give that game another go. I haven't made a video or streamed it. It says you can play as a single player, but since a lot of the events are timed, I was having a rough time getting them done as a single player. That game is definitely looking like it's co-op only, even though you do have the option of playing single player. But it's just a play test, so I don't know if there's more options to be in the game for single players. But as a single player, and let me get the name of that game right. Let me just check on Steam here to be sure. It's called, yeah, it's just called Rescue Ops. And I think the playtest is still going on. I think you can register for it if you want to and give it a go. Actually, while I'm on Steam, is there any more? No download showing for today yet. All right. Let's get back into here. The combine. Let's get this off this field. But yeah, the Rescue Ops game, it's interesting, but it's not that appealing graphics-wise, in my opinion. It's not bad, but the graphics aren't going to woo you on that one. So I'm going to bring the header back to the farm because I don't need the header trailer going to the other field. So I'm going to bring this back to the farm and put the header back on the combine and head on down to the other field and start harvesting that one. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to harvest the field across the road here because I don't know if I'm going to get straw from that or not. That is spelt. Lone Oak is a good map. I don't think I played on it, but I remember watching a couple people playing on it, and it definitely looked like a very nice map to be on. Except I get straw off of this field. So all three fields will have straw. So we got a lot of baling to do. I don't know why I was hearing water there. Am I close to a river? I know there's a road over there, but I don't know if there's a river there. Seems to be yielding pretty good over here. Oh, I probably should put the mini map up because I know some people like to see with precision farming the yield and what we're getting. Seems like we're getting a decent straw swath as well. So the farm must be doing pretty good financially. I think the last time I checked, we were just over 1.5 mil in value. Although technically that may have dropped because I think when you buy a building, it's like when I bought the oil mill for 300,000, I think it's only worth 150,000 now. So our value may have dropped, oddly enough. So again, just a reminder, because I know everyone wasn't here at the beginning of the stream-ish. Yesterday, we did release an episode of American Truck Simulator, along with an episode of... I'm getting all mixed up now. Transport Fever 2. You got a full combine there, sir. Earlier this morning, we did release an episode of Shamburgo for Farm Sim 25. And tomorrow, you'll have an episode of City Skylines 2. Really just need to make a pathway through here so it's be easier. I mean, I'm just driving over grass anyways. What's the name of the Western Wilds type map that's out on 25? Forgot the name. On 25, I have no idea. I actually never played on Western Wild, or whatever it's actually called. I was on the map briefly, checking it out. But I never played on it myself. So I think even the spelt we can feed to the chickens, but at this point, I got so much chicken feed, they only require 25,000 liters per year. I probably got like 5 or 6 years worth of feed in the silo for them, so this upcoming winter, we'll probably just start grabbing some of this stuff and selling it. So there is rain in the forecast today, but I put the time scale to ×1. The rain should not be here until like 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But I just want to make sure we get it all done because all of our fields were ready this month. So while this is unloading this time, we'll go into our crop rotation and we'll see what next crop should be planted in this field. A crop that we can plant and that we want. All right, so I think it's field 36 that we're in, right? Field 36? Yes, field 36. So we're harvesting spelt, so it would be this crop here, which would be next. Well, not peas and green beans. We're not doing that. And not canola either. This rotation is not looking the greatest right now. I didn't see mustard yet on the list. Must be further down this way. Winter wheat is not bad. Winter barley. Wait, where's... Did I go past mustard? Well, mustard basically is just like canola. So whatever the canola is, mustard probably is the same. But looks like, well, okay, so sunflowers canola is not good. Ish. I think this field here is probably going to be the winter wheat or barley. Because that was like 110%. All right, we did barley, so we'll put that as wheat for this field next. So both fields that we harvested, one wants canola, this one's going to want winter wheat. So both crops need to be planted here in the fall. So we got to make sure these fields are ready, well, next month for canola. And I think winter wheat would be September? It's not just a matter of baling up the straw and getting it off the field. We're going to want to use the cow manure to fertilize the fields first. And then that way when I go in the direct drill, I won't need as much artificial fertilizer. Alright, I hit that button like 3 times. And it just took a while to go on down. I was a little bit too slow on the button and a little bit too fast with the combine. Hard to imagine that when we started here, of course, we didn't have no land, tractors, nothing. And the first little piece of land that we bought, well, where the first shed is on the right, that was a... No, I don't think that was a grass field. It may have had peas or spinach in it, actually. Saved up enough money to finally buy that little lot. Then we bought... Then I bought that lot there. I think that had the canola in it. And we merged those together to make a farmyard after we bought this field here. Or the grass fields on the other side, I think. How much is the farm worth? Did the value drop because I bought that? No, we're almost up to 1.7 mil. All right, trailer's full. So it's definitely looking like not going to get all the harvest done today, but that would have been a lot of work done. Seeing since we did start in the month of March today, and we're going to get half the harvest done here all the way in July. It's pretty good progress. And obviously the biggest thing today was buying the oil mill. But next time, we'll start the whole mayonnaise production. Then we'll see how much eggs to oil ratio that we need, because we are going to have a lot of eggs. And not a whole lot of oil, because the oil is a 2-for-1 ratio. So if I think that trailer holds almost 20,000 liters, so we're gonna have like 10,000 liters of oil only. Although that might be a lot for the ratio for mayonnaise. I'm not too sure. More grain for the silo. Also like about our farm is, with the roads here, no AI traffic comes up and down this area. I think we'll get another full trailer's worth. Don't think spelt is worth that much. I think it's like wheat in value. So about, what, 4 more passes on this side of the field? With this 6-meter wide header. Might get that all down in one go. Alright, let me finish up this side of the field then. Combine's getting a little filthy. I have to give it a wash once we get done with harvesting this year. Thought I was going to get another full trailer load of spelt off the field, but not quite. That's not quite wide enough there. And this is the spelt harvest done. Don't think any of my fields so far that I've done today are going to require any soil sampling. Well, the big grass field, that is close to needing some soil sampling. And so is this field over here. Maybe after I harvest it, that will need it. So, may have to do some sampling after harvest. But the other fields, the one we're in, that one there, they're all looking fine. Alright, spelt in the silo. I just fed the chickens not long ago, right? So they should be fine on food. Actually, let's go ahead and top them off since we got a trailer load. The other field is oats, so they're not going to take that. But I think they take spelt. And they do. Might as well feed them while we got the grain in the trailer. The header on that combine is a 6-meter wide header. But it is definitely a 6-meter wide header. All right, I'm going to bring this over to the oat field and just kind of get ready for the harvest. I haven't seen Sam's tennis ball rolling down here and staying in the road today. Although sometimes it rolls all the way down to the river to our right and then respawns at the doghouse and just continues that loop over and over again. Park the combine right here for now. And yep, we'll get this field harvested next time, because that's where we're going to wrap it up for today. Again, no stream tomorrow on Tuesday. I got a couple of meetings I got to do in the middle of the afternoon, so that's not going to work. I was going to try to make it work, but the more I think about it, the more complicated it just gets. So I will stream again on Wednesday. And like I said, we'll be looking at, again, Beer Manufacturer Simulator. If you didn't catch the stream on Friday and want to check it on out, you can. The stream is up there. Like I said, we streamed that on Friday. Got myself up to level, I think, 7. But level 10, which is where we're going to reach on Wednesday, unlocks a lot of things where I could really use the workers and upgrade some stuff and really start making some more beer type stuff there, and also open up the bar outside as well, which would be kind of interesting to check on out. Just reminder again, released an episode earlier today of Shamburgo. Yesterday was an episode of American Truck Sim and Transport Fever 2. Tomorrow you have an episode of City Skylines 2 to watch, and then Wednesday before the stream you should have an episode of Shamburgo to check on out. But again, I'll be back on Wednesday streaming Beer Manufacturer Simulator. As for when I'll stream again, Pichonniere Valley, it might be Thursday, but I got to see how the next couple days go to see what will be going on later on in the week. But again, appreciate everyone being here on a Monday, watching me do some farming. We achieved some great stuff today. We got ourselves the oil mill, and next time, when we get to August, we should be able to put down the mayonnaise production and get that whole thing going. Have to move our dairy production around, but yeah, things are looking better and better here on Pichonniere Valley. So enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have a good Tuesday, and hopefully I will see you all on Wednesday. What did I just say? Yeah, I'll see you on Wednesday. I'll leave it at that. But until then, have a good one.